Hello friends. So we start with juvenile today. What's we starting with J? Um, so before we get on to this, I would again like to emphasize two things. First, for every word you should choose one of the collocations. For example, if you are learning abject, you should try to remember somebody living in abject poverty. So which collocations the words will be permanently imprinted on your mind. Otherwise, in isolation, they are likely to, slip away. Secondly, you could not be too greedy about acquiring vocabulary. If you are doing 10 words or at the most 20 daily, it's more than enough. In the sense that if you try to do something like 50 words a day, of course, you will be able to do it for a couple of days, but then you will get jaded. Jaded here, ninth word. And moreover, since you will be forgetting most of the words, say after 5 or 6 days, it will lead to frustration and you are likely to give it up. That is what happens to everyone when they try to memorize in the last month of the examination. And then it looks like a big hill which they fail to cross. So I would again say uh, you have to be patient first, and you must try to remember the collocations, at least one for each word. That is very, very important. Because the exact meaning, I mean, the way the dictionaries put it, they put it very nicely, and when you read the definition, you have a feeling that it has been ideally described. That is good because it leads to the retention in your mind in a more forceful way. But you cannot reproduce the same in your mind again. What will remain there will be the collocations. So the collocation and what you have read, some trace of it by the way of definition, that will help you to acquire these words. And when you find these words in your reading somewhere, then it reinforces it because you suddenly remember that this was the word. So with that, we start with juvenile. Juvenile means related to those who are not yet adult. That is, in India, legally it's 18 years. So somebody below 18 years is a juvenile. Whatever he does, that will be juvenile acts. So generally, in legal terms, we say there is a juvenile court which deals with crimes committed by juveniles or of which they are accused of. Similarly, there could be juvenile behavior typical of persons below adulthood, less than adulthood. Then we have a juvenile sense of humor. I mean, it's said with disapproval. If you find somebody, adult, behaving in a way that you don't like, then you say they have their behavior, juvenile behavior, or juvenile sense of humor. In general, dealing with children, and not in a very positive way. It's got negative sense. Then you have jargon. Jargon means if you read for example, a law book or an article on some, uh, medical subject, that you may find it a little difficult to follow because they use the terms with which you are not familiar and which only the people following that subject or following that stream can follow. For example, there could be a medical jargon, means the language that the doctors follow. So if you read the articles in a medical journal, you could say it's written in medical jargon. Similarly, we have legal jargon and so on. There could also be a grammatical jargon of which most of the students are unfavorably disposed. Grammatical jargon, participle and this and that. Okay. Then you have judicious. Judicious sounds very similar to judicial, and in meaning also there is some similarity. Judicious means you think of something, you take all the facts into account, and then you come to a decision. That will be a judicial decision. Means well thought over. It doesn't come in a flash, not on a whim. So that will be judicious. Means well thought out. I mean marked by sound judgment. So you will have judicial decision or a judicious investment when you invest in some company after you study all its statistics and then you decide to invest. That will be a judicious investment. And a judicious treatment of somebody means you act fairly. That will be judicious. Next we have jeopardy. Not jeopardy, jeopardy actually. Jeopardy means in danger, in some kind of danger. Suppose you take a decision and somebody's lives, it becomes prone to some risk. Then you say you have put him in jeopardy. And from that comes the verb jeopardize. Putting somebody in a jeopardy. So we could say for its collocation, jeopardy, putting somebody's life in jeopardy. Not jeopardy, jeopardy. Then we have jettison. Jettison means to throw something away, literally. If your ship is sinking, then to buy time, you'd like to throw the cargo overboard so that some help, you buy time so that some help could come to you and you might be rescued. That is jettison. That is literal use. But if you give up an idea which you find that is not very good, which is not desirable to have, then you have jettisoned that idea. So you can jettison a cargo in a plane or on a ship, or you can jettison a plan, or you can jettison your on some subject, or you can jettison your lifestyle. Suppose you are living a life which you don't like now under some influence, then you can jettison your lifestyle in favor of something new, different. Then we have jingoism. Sorry. Jingoism. Jingoism means an extreme form of patriotism and rather unreasonable. So it's a term which is used with disapproval. Jingoism means you think that your country is the best and you want to, if you have to prove it militarily, you go for it. For example, you can say Hitler was a jingoist. So that is a noun. A form of jingoism. Extreme jingoism, you might say. That itself will be double extreme because so to prove that you are a patriot, you don't have to be a jingoist because you may be very well proud of your country, which you should. But it does not, give you any right to uh, put down some other country. And it doesn't sound very well when you announce, at international forums that your country is the best. That sounds very childish, juvenile, a very unreasonable thing to say. Okay? Then you have juxtapose. Juxtapose means you compare two things, you put them side by side, and you compare or contrast them so that you can show to somebody the essential relation between them or to produce some, extraordinary results. So juxtapose, for example, you may juxtapose modern art, juxtapose modern art with classical art. Similarly, as in India we do, you can juxtapose movies from 60s with those being produced now. You can also juxtapose the extreme poverty in a country with a little group of extreme wealth. Little group having extreme wealth. You can juxtapose just to bring out the contrast or some other effect that you want to produce. So that will be juxtapose. Then we have Jovial. Jovial means cheerful, happy. Somebody may be a jovial host, somebody may be a jovial personality, and someone may have a jovial way of life. Cheerful. Cheerful, full of high spirits. So jovial people can lift the, you know, your morale also. Not a bad thing to be, among your friends, some very jovial guys helps. Then jaded. Jaded means you have something or you have something in such a great quantity that you become bored of it. For example, you will be jaded of the silly TV programs, jaded of silly TV programs. And if you're just retired, after a couple of months, you may be jaded of your emptiness in every sense. Okay. Then lastly we have juggernaut. Juggernaut is some inexorable force which can crush anything on its way. It actually comes from the Jagannath temple run in Orissa, Puri, where a huge chariot carrying Lord Jagannath uh, is taken out in a procession. And it is said that in olden times, some people they threw themselves under its wheel. They sacrificed themselves. So that force, that crushing phenomena, that has got its link with Juggernaut. But Juggernaut as such does not have any religious, connotation or even a negative connotation. It just depicts a very big force, inexorable, which cannot be stopped and which is going to crush everything in its way. Okay. For example, you can say Amazon is the juggernaut of online shopping. And similarly, Geo may soon be juggernaut of communication, we can say. Industry, communication industry. So, with that, we come to the end of today's list, and I will just write as usual the qualifications against each word so that you can recap, you can have a recap. So we have juvenile quote, or a juvenile sense of humor. Then you have medical jargon, a judicious investment, putting somebody's life in jeopardy, jettison your plan, a jingoist leader, juxtapose modern art with classical art, a jovial host, somebody may be jaded of what? Hotel food, for example. If somebody is a traveling salesman or something and they have to consume hotel food most of the time, they will soon jaded of that food. So jaded of hotel food and juggernaut of online shopping, Amazon. Yeah. A juggernaut of online shopping. So that makes our 100 words, and I can assure you, if you, keep learning this 10 words daily, and as I have told earlier, I'm thinking of doing it 20 daily, so that within 3 or 4 months, we will have 1800 words, good enough to take care of any exam. Plus, while you are learning these words, your grammar will automatically improve. You will soon feel the change. You have to be patient and you have to go through it repeatedly. That is the only requirement. So today is our ninth day. We will be we will be doing 10 words starting with I, and tomorrow we will complete 100 words, and the day after we will do a summary of all those 100 words. So today our first word is infallible. Infallible means something which cannot fail, fail safe. So you could say even doctors are not infallible. So though there is no FAIL here, still for remembering this word, uh, you can connect it with fail, and infallible means something which cannot fail. Quacks, the fake doctors, they claim that they have infallible cure all. they make tall claims and they say they have got some medicine which can cure anything. So they claim that they have got infallible cure all, a medicine which cannot fail. And similarly, you may have infallible memory. If you have got a very good memory, excellent memory, then you can say that you have got an infallible memory. Means you will remember everything and will never forget anything. That is infallible memory. Next word we have indigent. Indigent means very poor. Very, very poor. Particularly those guys who don't have homes. So many state governments, they provide winter night shelter to such people so that they don't get sick because of cold. Shelter. Similarly, if an agent commits a crime, he would naturally not have money to pay for his legal expenses. So the government may provide a legal attorney for him. So this word indigent, it comes in combination with sick. We say sick and indigent. Then we have impetuous. Impetuous means doing something without thinking of the consequences. I mean, the guys who take decision on a whim. So you may buy something on a whim, and that will be called an impetuous purchase. So you may buy an air fryer, and that will be an impetuous purchase, I can assure you. And any impetuous decision. Any decision taken on a whim, that will be an impetuous decision. So youths are generally supposed to be impetuous. You could say impetuous youth. Then we have implacable. Implacable means somebody who has taken a stand or a decision and who cannot be, persuaded to change his stand. He is implacable. It comes from placate. Placate means you lure somebody or you persuade somebody to do what you want him to do. Implacable means he or she cannot be persuaded. So somebody may be implacably opposed to an idea. I mean, you can do everything and he or she will not change their mind. Then they are implacably opposed to the idea. So kids, if you are in charge of some crying kid, and he is not getting a page with chocolates or anything or any toy, then you can give him your mobile. So he will immediately become a silent happy fellow. Probably. Imminent. Imminent means something which is just about to happen. For example, an imminent fall of a government. So if in a state, some legislators have crossed the floor and gone to the opposition, then the government may fail. So before the other party is going to the governor for stating their claim, you could say the government is in the imminent danger of falling. Similarly, some animal species may be in imminent danger of extinction. What? Imminent danger of extinction means about to be wiped out on the face of the earth. And this is different from imminent. So eminent fellow means very famous fellow. Something is eminently plausible means completely plausible. So this is imminent and this is eminent. And then we next have insatiable. Insatiable means somebody who is wanting more and more, not satisfied. More and more, not satisfied. So your hunger for pizza may be insatiable. May be insatiable. Similarly, if you are fond of comics, then your thirst for comics may be insatiable. And a businessman may be insatiably greedy. Okay. Then comes infringe. Infringe means to encroach on, either to break a law or to encroach on something. So suppose you make a product, then you may have to see that it does not infringe any copyright. Otherwise, all your efforts will go to waste. Infringe a copyright. Sorry. And as far as encroaching on something is concerned, so you can say, you can ask, does Aadhaar encroach on citizens' privacy? So that is the question. Yes, it does. Many people think it does. Then we have infest. Infest means something undesirable, very undesirable, in large numbers, and they are present in a place. Then they infest that place. For example, your house may be infested with mice. God forbid. Or mosquitoes. Or your garden may be infested with weed. And our TV screens are infested with awful programs. So yes, mostly. So that is infestation. Then comes inculcate. Inculcate means you try to instill in somebody's mind something good by repeatedly saying the same thing, by constant repetition. For example, you may try to inculcate the habit of reading in your children. Habit of doing something. And the new recruits in the administration, they may be, the government may try to inculcate the spirit of fairness in the recruits. Similarly, the newly inducted soldiers may be inculcated with the spirit of inculcated with the spirit of courage. That is inculcation. And lastly, it's imbroglio. G is silent there, so it's imbroglio. Imbroglio means anything which is very complicated. There could be a political imbroglio if two parties which are bitterly opposed to each other in the states, in particular states, they come together to fight the third party in the center. Then that will be a political imbroglio. Also, in personal relationship, if A loves B, who actually loves C, C in turn loves D, and D loves A, then it's a relationship imbroglio. very complicated, very complex. So they are the 10 words, and now we can summarize, we can write the combinations or collocations. Infallible memory, let's say. Indigent and sick, and impetuous purchase. Implacable opponent who cannot be appeased, who cannot be persuaded to change their mind. Imminent collapse of the government. Insatiable hunger for something. Pizza. Somebody, somebody's thirst for pizza. Infringe on somebody's privacy. Infest. Mice infesting the house. Inculcate a spirit of discipline in children. And finally, a political imbroglio. Political imbroglio. So with that, friends, we come to the end of today's list, and I just want to say something about the emphasis on vocabulary. If you are appearing at any examination, say flat or uh, CGL or NDA or any such examination, you will find that nowadays they are giving you passages, long passages. In flat, for example, all questions they are in the form of passages. You have to read, and you have to read very fast. And the only thing that will obstruct you, that will slow you down, will be your ignorance of words in that passage. If you know all the words well, if they are part of your you know your active dictionary, your active mental dictionary, then you can read the passage in a jiffy, very fast, and you will be able to answer the questions also. So, if you want to prepare for the examinations in a serious way, the one thing that is most important is for you to know the words. And words are, limitless. One thing that you cannot do, if you take a dictionary and you want to read the words from there, you will find that all the words, they will seem important to you. You cannot do that. But what you can do is, if you have to appear for an examination 6 months away, then you can write 10 words daily. Not necessarily from here, from this channel. You just have to make it a habit. And if you do this, in 6 months, about 1800 words will be there. And you will have such a good dictionary and you will be able to do all the passages. Because comprehension and producing the speech, they are two different things. You will not be able to make a good speech, you will not be able to make, you may not be able to speak fluently, but comprehension or understanding is something else. You need to know the words, and when you write the sentences, even if your grammar is rather poor, you will be able to make it out. the meaning will be conveyed to you, and you can then answer. So for reading fast, you need to have a very good dictionary, so that you are not left guessing about the meaning of the word and meaning of the whole sentence. Because in these examinations, the sentences and the paragraphs, they are never so tough. Unlike cat, if you are reading for cat, it's a different matter. But the examinations that we just talked about, the comprehension standard is not that high. You can do it if you know the words. So vocabulary must be the most important part of your preparation. That is what I think. Okay, guys, then we shall meet tomorrow with 10 words, and day after tomorrow we will make a summary of all the 100 words. Thanks so much. The first one is heckle. Heckle means you shout and you whistle, and somehow you try to disturb somebody who is speaking at a public place, or you try to heckle a player whom you don't want to win. So that is heckling. For example, if you watch the tennis matches, you may have noticed that Novak is always heckled for this or that reason. He didn't get the crowd support. So in a particular match, we could say Novak was heckled badly. And stand-up comedians, they generally get heckled down. And if you are speaking somewhere and people start shouting and whistling at you to disturb you, then you need some character and some quick thinking to navigate that phase. As long as they are tickling, you might be disturbed, but you need to go through that. Then we have halcyon. Halcyon days, it is always used with days. Halcyon days means 4 days when you are happy and the things are calm. For example, old people, they usually look at their past with thinking about halcyon days when they were happy and the things were calm. Actually, in mythology, halcyon was a bird which nested on the ocean surface, and it had the power to calm the ocean so that it can make its nest there. So the calmness of the sea waters, that translated into the calmness in general, and from there this becomes the halcyon days. So in period of particularly successful period of your life, you could also refer to that as halcyon days. Similarly, if you had been on a vacation in the past, let us say to Goa, and you had a very good time there, then you can refer to that period, all those memories as halcyon memories of your Goa trip. So that is halcyon. Somehow, for some reasons, it is not much used to refer to the present times. Always thinking back, thinking of the past, and you use halcyon days. Then you have hallucinate. To hallucinate means if you are hallucinating, means you are seeing things and you are hearing things which are actually not there. It's in your mind, and this may be because of some, drugs or mental illness, or maybe inadequate sleep. So you could also say that if somebody says that, in other senses also, apart from that mental thing, somebody says that they are trying to find a alternative to Google. Invent, invent an alternative to Google. That you can tell them to stop hallucinating. You can say stop hallucinating. some YouTuber in a great surge of optimism may hallucinate that he has gotten 1 million subscribers overnight. That is real hallucinating. Ask me. Then we have hectic. Hectic means you are trying to do so many things, a lot many things in a short period, compressing the things. So you may have a hectic schedule. For example, if a gym minister goes to his constituency, he may have to or she may have to get several things and hold several meetings, and his schedule will be hectic. So it could be hectic schedule. Similarly, you may have a hectic week when you have to do a lot many things during the week. And retirement people cannot complain of this thing. What they are experiencing just opposite of hectic. Then you have hiatus. Hiatus means a gap. An actor, for example, if he or she didn't do a movie for say 5 years and then they make a comeback, then you could say there has been a hiatus of 5 years. I mean that actor came back after a hiatus of 5 years. You could also say a break of 5 years. But hiatus means gap, some gap, and this gap may be because the actor voluntarily declined to do any movies, or he could not get any movie even though he wanted to work. So there is a gap. So if it is voluntarily, then the break will be more appropriate. But if it's he just couldn't manage to get any movie, then you could say he came back after a hiatus of 5 years. Basically a gap, something interrupted. Then you have holistic. Holistic means you are not looking at a certain part, the part in question, but looking at the whole thing. For example, you go to a doctor and you are diagnosed as cancerous. Not you, I mean anyone. Then the doctor could take a holistic approach to cancer. Holistic approach to cancer. What it means is that your body, your mind, your whole being, the doctor will try to have something integrated. I mean, something which combines all your faculties, including your body and mind, so that you get a good treatment, not only a good system. Similarly, in the new education policy, it has been decided that a student can read mathematics with music or mathematics with history, which was earlier not possible. Either you went for science, mathematics, history, then you read mathematics, physics, chemistry, or you went with your biology history or commerce history. So that the I mean the policymakers have thought that for the an integrated development of an individual, he must be allowed to choose his subjects. He or she must be allowed to choose their subjects, so that if you are good at mathematics and you also want to read history, then you will have get that opportunity. So for any to develop yourself aesthetically and artistically, your artistic development, aesthetic development, history and music and things like that can help. So this policy aims for holistic development of the individual. So that is holistic, not parts, the whole. Then you have hostile. Hostile means hostile is unfriendly or enmity. So if two nations are at war, they will be called hostile nations. And if you are a pilot and you are taking part in the war, and if you are flying over their territory, then it will be said that you are flying over hostile territory. In other senses also, other than enemy. For example, we heard about, we learned about now getting labeled. So not may face, we must be facing a very hostile job, a hostile, and you may get a hostile reception somewhere when you are not very much welcome. You may get a hostile reception, and you may get a hostile glance. Somebody looking at you not really friendly way. Hostile glance. Then you have hold. Hold means to collect or hide something for future use. Squirrels, for example, they hide nuts for their winters, and people may hold money for future, and you must follow hoarders and black marketers will be punished. The government's announcement. So when you hold something which is important to you, but it may not be actually very valuable. For example, some people collect and hold what? Old comics, which only they can appreciate, or people out there, I mean, they have got a community, only they can appreciate. Some people, for a very strange reason, they hold chocolate wrappers. That is hoarding. Hoarding, mostly the squirrel comes to mind. The squirrel very meticulously hoards nuts for the winter. It's the characteristic. Then you have hysteria. Hysteria means uncontrolled emotions. Uncontrolled emotions. For example, at the end of football match, some people may get hysterical because of the win of their favorite team, or also because of the loss of their favorite team. It could be either way. Somebody getting a very sad news, say about the demise of any of their family members, then they may become hysterical. When they have difficulty in perceiving reality, and the opposition may accuse the government of whipping mass hysteria, doing something so that the masses become hysterical about something. That is mass hysteria. And then finally we have harbor. Harbor means, ports and harbors where the ships can, you know, they can park there safely. They can stay there safely. It's a harbor. So it comes with the feeling of, the notion of safe shelter. So some anti-national element may be harboring terrorists in their houses, and you may be harboring a grudge against somebody. I mean, somebody has done you something wrong, and you let it fester in your heart. Then you're harboring a grudge, harboring ill feelings. That is how. So with that, we come to the end. All 10 lessons. I will write some clarifications here so that you will have a good repetition. So tackle somebody in a match. Halcyon days, calm and peaceful. Hallucinate about hallucinate under the influence of drug. You see things and hear things which are actually not there. Somebody may have a hectic schedule, or you may have a hectic week. Someone may be making an actor, for example, may be making a comeback after a hiatus of 5 years. Holistic approach to development. Then you may have a hostile crowd. Somebody may be holding things, mistaken about the coming World Cup, and harboring terrorists to harbor terrorists. Harboring a grudge. Okay, with that we are done, and see you tomorrow. Thanks. So this is our seventh day, and today we are going to take up 10 words starting with G, and the first word is genial. You can see the spelling in the left corner. Genial means friendly. Somebody may have a genial personality, a genial smile, and your host may be a genial host. So, not only friendly, it has got an added meaning. If you are a genial host, you should exude warmth and kindness. So, talking about your companion, your partner, rather than him or her to be friendly, you would like a genial partner, friendly, exuding warmth, and showing kindness. So suppose you are gonna suppose you have gone to your friend's house who has a very genial personality, and you are just admiring some decorative piece in his drawing room, and you accidentally drop it and it's destroyed. So your genial host, how is he going to react? He will be rather upset, but he will recover his geniality rather fast. So geniality is the noun. So you have a genial smile, a genial host, somebody of genial personality, and you may also have a genial weather. Genial weather means warm enough to, to plants to grow. So it is also, warmth thing is in the weather also. So that is genial. Uh, you may also throw a genial glance at somebody you know. Mostly it's used with host, a genial host. That is most common use. Now second word is garrulous. So garrulous is very common word. Examiner's favorite. Garrulous means somebody who is talking endlessly. And if somebody is talking endlessly, they cannot always talk in a sensible way. So they must be talking about some trivial or unimportant things. Your friend may also be garrulous. There is not much negativity about it. It's not like they are trying to deceive you or something. We will have another word where glib. That word is associated with talking, and that has got another connotation, negative connotation. But garrulous means just somebody who is, I mean, uh, very fond of the sound of his or her own voice, talking a big deal. So somebody may be irritatingly garrulous, means very garrulous. And if you find such a person in a party, you had better avoid him because after a couple of picks, he is likely to be more garrulous. And if in a plane, your neighbor is, you found that he is very talkative, then you can just pretend that you are asleep or something. Or you can open your laptop and start doing something, reading something. If you don't want to be get bored by him. A speech may also be garrulous. A person may be garrulous, a speech may also be garrulous. In that sense, it will be wordy, too many words. To express a thing, no economization of the words in words. Too wordy speech will be a garrulous speech. Then we have gaffe, Gaffe. Like you can see the spelling. Gaffe means a social blunder. Suppose you have invited some friends to your house for dinner, and you start serving yourself first. That will be a gaffe. Absent-mindedly, you might be discussing something or thinking about something, and suddenly you start, serving. So you intended to serve them first, but accidentally or just absent-mindedly, you serve yourself first. That is a gaffe. Or in a party, you meet somebody and very warmly you greet him. Hello, Mr. Verma, how are you doing? It turns out that he is not Verma, he is some Chauhan. So that will be a real gaffe. So these are gaffes. Social blunder. Plus, gaffe may also be used when you make a mistake, not a social blunder, but just a mistake which is very noticeable. For example, when you go for an interview, the interviewer will be looking for the gaffes that you might make, rather than all those lofty ideas that you have well rehearsed. He is not interested in them. If you make a gaffe, you're gone. So, gaffe may also be a big mistake which you might make. But generally, it's social blunder. diplomatic blunder. That is also gap. Germane. Germane means irrelevant. You are in a court and your opponent is arguing something and suddenly you feel very agitated. But because what he is saying is not relevant to the case at all. He has gone astray. He has deviated from the issue in hand. Then you just stand up and say, "What is the? Uh, how is this? How is this argument germane to this issue?" You may ask that. In a similar context, suppose you have got a particular view on, say, drinking. Suppose you are a moderate drinker and you are going a PIL where you are supposed to ask the judge for banning the sale of alcohol in your state. So your opponent may ask, what is your personal opinion on this? Because he knows that you drink. Then you might say, my personal opinion is not germane to this issue. Right? Okay. Suppose you are discussing something with your spouse and she says something, and if you are not listening very carefully, you will not be in a position to ask germane questions. So relevant and appropriate, both. That is germane. And if you could think of some other example, analogy. Somebody in the course of their arguments or debate, they may give some analogy which may not be germane, relevant and appropriate. So it might be irrelevant and inappropriate. Then you might say this is not germane. Okay, so that is germane. Then you have glean. Glean means to gather something bit by bit, laboriously. For example, you might be gleaning the old files for some information, or some reporter may be gleaning the news clippings of the last 10 years to research something. So gleaning must involve some labor and it will be done slowly. Only then you would call it gleaning. Actually, the word uh, earlier it meant to pick up the grains that fall on the ground after the field has been harvested. So the grain that has fallen on the ground that will be collected and fed to animals. So that was original gleaning. So bit by bit, slowly, laboriously. That is the idea. If you have lost your pen and you find it in your side table, then you would not say I have gleaned it. You have found it. Okay. So that is gleaning. Then comes gloat. You gloat over your success. Means you are feeling very happy about it. Suppose you have won a match and you are gloating over it, thinking of it, and feeling good about it. That's okay. The thing is, suppose the match has just ended and you are making fun of your opponent. That is not okay. Gloating. That is gloating. The real meaning of gloat is to express an unwholesome pleasure, unpleasant type over your opponent's loss. So, since you have won and they are in such a bad position, you should rather, kind to them because you have won. Somebody is down, why further? Try to make him further miserable. It's not okay. That is gloating and that is bad. So you, or suppose something bad happens to your neighbor and you're not on good terms here with your neighbor. Then you might say, serves him right. Acha hua. That is gloating. So as you can see, not a good thing. Do you watch tennis matches? You would find that almost all players, when they make a good shot, a winning shot, then they stare at their opponent stare very angrily and very gloatingly. That is one part I don't like about the tennis matches. Every point, it's almost, it would be a miracle if they didn't do it. And since the established players are doing this, the newcomers they also are copying them. I mean, it's terribly bad. It might help them to remain competitive, but for the audience, it does not make a good scene. They stare so hard. I mean, gloating at its worst. Okay, so that is gloating. Then you have glib. A glib liar means a smooth liar. I mean, he will tell a lie so smoothly and so fluently that you are likely to be deceived. A politician may be glib when he makes glib promises, means promises that he does not intend to keep. If there is serious discussion and if you make a casual comment, that is a glib comment. And something, for example, if you have gone to a mall to buy something, say a vacuum cleaner, and you stumble into a glib salesman who starts telling you the advantages of having an air fryer, and you get convinced, you end up buying an air fryer, which you are not going to use. That money is down the drain. So, if you end up an air fryer while you had actually gone for buying a vacuum cleaner, that you have to concede that the salesman was very glib, smooth, convincing. I mean, they're so fluent that it's almost deception. Dhokha. That is glib. That is glib for you. Then glut. GLUT glut. You must have heard this expression, an oil glut. Too much oil in the market and the prices of oil crash. That is oil glut. Glut is also a verb. The market is glutted with tomatoes right now. So they are just 30 rupees kg. And you may also glut yourself with things you like. For example, if you are very fond of ice cream, you might say that no matter how much of ice cream I eat, my appetite for good ice cream will never be glutted. And you may glut yourself with Netflix episodes. So glut is a noun and glut is a verb as well. And you may glut yourself with things you like, and the market will be glutted with something, the prices of which will crash. From glut, there is glutton. So glutton is specifically related to eating. If somebody eats a lot, devoted to eating and drinking, for example, a big size, family size pizza, along with a bottle of Coke and some cakes, cupcakes in addition. All this, I know a person who does that. He will be a glutton, eating too much, and you may. I mean, glutton has another positive sense also. If you are very fond of hard work, how many people are? Very few. But if you are, then you would say you are a glutton for hard work. Very good for you. If you really are a glutton for hard work, or if you are a glutton for hard studies, continuous studies, that's very well. So that is glutton. And then lastly we have gratuitous. Gratuitous is, I mean, this spelling is tough, and you must remember in the middle it is TUI. Gratuitous. then lastly TOUS. So gratuitous is something, it has got several meanings actually, three meanings at least. If something is without cause, then you will say it's gratuitous. For someone may insult you gratuitously without any reason, and something is gratuitous if you don't have to pay for it. For example, if there is some extra work done in a civil work, the contractor will always say, I have not done it gratuitously. I need to be paid for this. So gratuitous is something done without payment. And gratuitous may also be, something, somebody is not asking you for something and you still give that thing to them. For example, suppose you have got a friend who is always telling you how to deal with the workload at your office, and you may never have expressed the wish. Express the wish to for such tips. Then you are getting unsolicited advice, unsolicited tips. So that is gratuitous. So we have these 10 words, and I will just repeat them for your uh, recapitulation. A genial smile, a genial host, a garrulous neighbor, an epic gaffe means a gaffe of highest order, something germane to the issue, relevant, glean information from, say, internet, a glib liar, not lawyer, then an oil gut, a glutton in your family, and finally gratuitous, a gratuitous advice. So that is it, friends. Thanks so much for your patience. So we'll meet tomorrow again with 10 words starting with H. Bye. So this is our sixth day, and we will be starting with futile. So we will have 10 words today, starting with F, and the first one is futile. Futile. Futile means something which is not going to produce any results. For example, suppose you are going to make a presentation to your boss, and you are more or less convinced that he will not be convinced. He will not be agreeing to your proposal. In that case, you can say, my efforts are going to be futile. Similarly, accident victim is brought to the hospital and the doctors try to revive him, but they fail and he passes away. So you could say the efforts to revive him proved to be futile. That is, no productive results. So, in other senses, suppose you are a retired fellow, you could describe your years after retirement as futile in a certain sense. You are not being particularly productive. In that sense, your post retirement years may be futile. In general, if something, doing something is going to be pointless, you can say it would be futile. Suppose you are going to gym every day and at the same time you are gorging on chocolates also, then your going to gym is futile. You are not going to lose any weight. What else? A patient who is on life support system And the doctors, after say a month or so, decide that he is unlikely to come back to senses. Then they may say that to sustain his life would be futile. So then they can remove the life support system. So futile is something which does not give any productive results, which may be pointless. So that's it. And the noun is futility. You could say the futility of it all. And similarly, a futile search for something. Okay? So that finishes our first word. Our second word is frugal. Frugal means simple, not costing you much. A frugal meal will be simple chawal, dal, roti. It wouldn't cost you much. Most of the Indians have frugal meals anyway. So you could say frugal is the essence of extravagance. You spend only as much as is required, as is bare necessary. Absence of luxury. And to live frugally, it may not be exactly because you want to save money. You may live frugally as a matter of principle because you want to live simply. You don't want to expend on money on luxurious things. So a frugal way of life, it does not have a negative connotation. Like somebody is miser who would not like to spend money even for something that may be necessary. This is not the case with frugal. Frugal means you want to make a good use of resources. You hate wasting money or wasting resources. That is frugal. Living frugally and living a frugal way of life. Absence of luxuriousness. Absence of luxury. Our third word is frenetic. Frenetic means lot of activities with energy and a sense of urgency, but unorganized, uncontrolled. For example, you look frenetically for your keys. If you have to go somewhere very urgently and you cannot find your keys, then you will be looking for your keys frenetically. Similarly, if you are at a platform and the train is to arrive at, say, a certain platform number 5, you are at 5 waiting for the train, and then suddenly when the train is just about to come, the announcer says it will actually come at number 3. Then all the people who are at that particular platform will rush to platform number 3, and the activity there will be, you can describe that activity as frenetic. So this is not frenetic, frenetic. So the stress is on the second syllable. Frenetic is a lot of activities with a sense of urgency but uncontrolled, unorganized. There is another word, frantic. Frantic is almost same as frenetic. Then the next word is fractious. Somebody who is fractious gets easily annoyed and easily irritated, prone to picking a fight. That fellow will be called fractious. I'm not sure it has got anything to do with fraction. Fractious is even your pet, your dog may be fractious if it is not, amenable to your control. If you find it difficult to control it or difficult to tame it, then you can describe your pet as fractious. Even machinery, some parts of it are, you find it difficult to control, then you can say these fractious components of the system. So a fractious fellow will have few friends, as you can imagine, and he will be invited to very few parties because he is fractious. He will pick a fight, kind of troublemaker. So that goes for your, somebody's personality and their pet's personality and the behavior of the system that they have. They could all be fractious. A debate on the TV could also be fractious. Most of the debates that you watch on TV, they are fractious because people are not paying enough attention to each other, one another, and they have no respect for each other, and they shout and they do all kinds of, use all kinds of uh, um, filthy epithets for each other. That is a fractious debate, and uh, a relationship may be fractious. Just the same, if the people in the relationship don't respect each other and they easily pick a fight or uh, they are not tolerating anything. They get annoyed at very small things. Then it will be called a fractious relationship. A family may be fractious. And in a federation, a state may be fractious. When it constantly fighting with the center, then you could term it as a fractious state. And the next word is flippant. Flippant means a non-serious attitude. For example, somebody is scolding their son uh, for failing their exams, and the son says, "It happens." Then he is being flippant. He is giving a non-serious reply to a very serious thing. So, in the circumstances when you are non-serious, when the situation calls for you to be serious, then you are being flippant. So flippant means you are almost rude or disrespectful. So if you are, say, in a hospital, uh, ICU or somewhere, then it would be flippant on your part to have a hearty laugh with your friend because the situation demands you to be serious there. And if somebody is discussing something very serious to them with you, and you adopt a non-serious tone, a flippant tone, they may just detect it, and you would be in for some trouble. So flippancy, the noun is flippancy. Flippant is adjective, and basically it means you are non-serious when you need to be serious. Then we have flagrant. Flagrant. Flagrant means something bad and which is easily noticed. For example, a flagrant violation of law, a flagrant violation of rules. And if the government passes a bill which is in clear violation of the constitutional provisions, then you could say the bill was passed in flagrant violation of the constitution. So if somebody is doing something bad and they are being flagrant about it, if it's flagrant, that means they are being careless about it. Careless, or you could say they don't care whether they are actually breaking some rule or whether they are going against the acceptable norms and whether they are going to hurt anybody's feelings, then it's a flagrant violation or flagrant breaking of the rules. So, flagrant is easily noticeable, something bad. Then we have fictitious. Fictitious means something imaginary, not real. So, the characters in a novel, they are all fictitious because they are the product of the imagination of the author. That is one thing. Somebody who is trying to deceive or somebody who is trying to commit a fraud will not give his own name. He will give you a fictitious name, a fictitious address. So these two kind of fictitious things are there. First, an imagination as in a novel, and secondly, somebody going to commit a fraud. Now, if you if you have heard of Malgudi Days by R.K. Narayan, Malgudi was a fictitious town somewhere in South India. So South India is a real thing, but Malgudi itself was a fictitious thing. I mean, you could not go to South India and find Malgudi anywhere. So Malgudi was a fictitious thing. The character Swami there, he was also a fictitious thing. Now, if you go and write something bad about a fictional character, can they sue you through the creator? If you write something very bad or very derogatory about Swami, for example, who was the main character in my early days, could you be sued in the court of law for defamation? That is the question. Okay. Then next is fiasco. Fiasco is bad end to something through human failure. For example, if you invite your friends to a party and just when they are about to come, your cook fails to turn up, then it would be a fiasco. Something for you to feel embarrassed about. If it happens due to some accident or natural disaster or something, it will not be a fiasco. When we say fiasco, the human element is there. It must be a human failure. What could be the other examples of fiasco? If you don't sing well and you are forced to sing at some party or at some family gathering, it is likely to be a fiasco, isn't it? But the saving grace is, since it was a fiasco, you will not probably be bothered for the thing in future. So that is saving grace. And the last is fester, Fester. A festering wound or cut is something which gets infected. So it produces pus and it gives off a foul smell. That is called festering. The wound festers. Similarly, if you are angry with somebody or upset with somebody and you don't give expression to your feelings, then it would fester inside you and it might just explode someday. So, like the festering wound, your festering emotions will also be, very harmful to you. You should not keep emotions in a festering state. You should do something about them. So, a wound may be festering, a resentment may be festering, and a school toilet which is not cleaned regularly and which is giving off bad smell will also be called festering. A festering school toilet. So with that, we come to the end, and I would just like to state that the best thing, the best way to learn new words is to discuss them. You discuss the words with your friends or in your own mind, you go through the words. Simply memorizing the Hindi equivalent of the words will not do. It will escape your mind sooner or later. Because everything that, some action that is a concept, and you have got a Hindi word for it, for example, that's well settled in your mind. And if you are just finding a word in place of that, so to represent that concept, now there will be two words, one Hindi, one English. And that will be confusing when you start speaking English, because there are two concepts and you cannot use the Hindi concept, Hindi word. That is the reason people are not fluent in English as they are in their mother tongue, because the words in the mother tongue, when they are speaking English, the words in the mother tongue will always be making struggling to come to your mind instead of the English word. So you should never learn a word by translation. For example, the word fester, a festering wound. What would be its Hindi? Whatever it is. First, it will be difficult to find its Hindi equivalent. And if you find that, then it will be more productive for you if you remember what does the word actually fester mean. So instead of the translation, you should concentrate on the concept. And you should try to associate the English word with that concept. Because the Hindi word, the same or something else, it is never going to go away. When you are speaking Hindi, that word will come naturally to you. But to become fluent in English, you need to try to give the English word an active place in your brain. So that when you start speaking English, that word will jump to your mind. That is what I think is the way to go about it. So friends, thanks for your presence, and we shall meet tomorrow again. Bye. Hello friends. So today is our fifth day, and today we are going to take up words starting with E. 10 words as usual, but I'm thinking of increasing the number of words per day to about 25. In a couple of days, I will make that change. So today we will have 10 words, and we start with evasive. Evasive you will find in conjunction with answer. Somebody gives you an evasive answer. That means you are not getting a direct reply. That gentleman is probably trying to hide something, or he does not want to commit himself to something, or he has some interest in hiding the truth. Then he will give you an evasive answer. So evasive means avoiding something. In cricket also, if the bowler throws a bouncer, the batsman may duck. That is an evasive action. Not confronting the ball, letting it pass over his head. That is an evasive action. So that's a part of the game, and there is some skill involved in evasion also. Otherwise also, when you are giving an evasive answer, it will leave your hearer with a feeling of, they will not be very satisfied with your answer. But you are not saying that you are not answering that question. You are answering, but he cannot make anything of it. That will be an evasion. For example, suppose you are and a member of parliament belonging to some party, you believe that capital punishment should be banned. Your party thinks otherwise. Now a reporter asks you, what's your opinion on capital punishment? Now you don't want to go against your party line, so you will say, uh, we in our party we have diverse opinions on this subject, and you may stop at that. So you have not told him what's your opinion, but you have told him something that the party, uh, some people have some other opinion. Still, you have not given yourself away. That is an evasive answer. Okay. So cricket may be in cricket also, as I told you. If you duck, then that is an evasive action. Similarly, if your exam, if you have flunked your exam, you have failed your exam, and you are upset, and your dad doesn't know about it, but he notices that you are not happy. He asks you, is something wrong? Will you give him the truth, or will you have an evasive answer? Okay, I'll leave to you. The next word is exhort. EXHORT. Exhort means to encourage somebody to do something, to put in more efforts, to be more successful. For example, in a match, say in a football match or cricket match, when you think that your team is going down, what do? You exhort them to put in more efforts. How? You shout, you somehow cheer them up, and that is your strategy. Because you think that they might otherwise lose, you are trying to gear them up for trying harder. That is exaltation. You are exalting them. And while it's, an effort on your part to encourage them, it will be effective only if the situation is critical or near critical. For example, if your younger brother is, you know, uh, just starting a term, a class, you cannot straight away say, you cannot straight away exhort him to study harder for the annual exams, which will be 1 year away. Because in that case, there will be no sense of urgency at the start of the term. But if there is only 1 month left and you feel that he has not studied hard enough, then you can exhort him. So exhort means when you exhort, you appeal earnestly or you try to encourage, and there is always a sense of urgency. So in the war times, the Prime Minister may exhort the citizens to donate liberally to the war fund. And similarly, if there is a riotous situation in your town, there have been riots, then the administration may exhort the citizens to remain calm. That will be the second word. Then we have expedient. What is expedient? Expedient is a quick solution to something. A solution which may be effective for the time being, and you're not breaking the law also, but morally it might be wrong. So, in the long term, it may have bad consequences. That is expedient. It's a practical solution. For example, if a guest is arriving at your home and there's a lot of, you know, uh, things are lying around, it's not looking very clean, it's looking rather dirty, your house. What do? You pick up the things and put them in the store or some spare room, and you just close it, lock it. Okay? So now your room is looking clear enough. That might be an expedient solution. Not a very serious example. Um, there is a situation where you are going to vote, and if you vote in the government's favor, I mean, you will be going against, the opposition's role, which is generally to confront the motives of the government. But if you vote in their favor, you might prevent some other parties taking over. So, though you don't like the government, of course you are in opposition, you would like to be in government yourself. But voting against them will lead to a situation which is worse than this. In that case, your decision to vote in favor of the government will be an expedient decision. Practical, practical solution. And it may have the wrong consequences in the sense, I mean, in the long term, it might be, it may cause problems to you, as it is obvious. So, that is expedient. Expedient is something practical, quick, but not exactly morally right. Then we have the next word, errant. ERRANT. Errant is an old fashioned word, but your examiners don't know that. So it might appear in your paper. Errant means, of course, it comes from ERR, err, to make a mistake, an error. So errant is something which is deviating from its normal course. For example, an errant child will be one who is not obeying to his parents. And similarly, an errant missile will be the one which misses its target, maybe a military base, and lands at some civilian house, some civilian base. Similarly, an email which gets sent to somebody other than for whom it was intended, then it will be, I mean, you can call it an errant email, which has gone to some fellow which you didn't want to send it to actually. Similarly, suppose you have a dog in your home and it doesn't bark much, and suddenly it will start doing that to every stranger or every visitor to your home. Its behavior is errant. There is something wrong, and it might cause you some concern. Maybe you will take it to the doctor or something. So, errant is deviating from the normal, and it might be applicable to, I mean, anybody where you think that this is a normal thing and they are doing it otherwise. So there could be an errant missile, there could be an errant email, there could be an errant child, and of course an errant behavior of your pet. Then we have equivocal. Equivocal, as you can readily see, there equi means equal, and vocal, related to saying something. So if you are saying something which is equal to, I mean, equal to both the sides of the thing, so you are not making yourself very clear which side you are on, then you are being equivocal. So you are avoiding a direct reply. And this is something, I mean, we have just learned evasive, something like evasive. Equivocal means equally strong on both sides. So if you want to say that you support somebody without any condition, then you will say, I support him unequivocally. So unequivocally means certain, and equivocal means uncertain. That is the dichotomy here. You should be careful, because equivocal has got a negative connotation. Unequivocal has got a positive connotation. When you say you're doing something unequivocally, you are very certain about it. Okay, so Somebody has got, if you say that there is nothing equivocal about a person, means it's not that he alternates between being good and being bad, being rude and being very mannered. I mean, he has got a definite character. There is nothing equivocal about him. Similarly, an equivocal response may further cause, speculation and confusion. A thesis, a thesis which is not very clear may be equivocal. Similarly, if the results of a research, they fail to reach a conclusion, then you will say the results are equivocal. And somebody of doubtful character may also be called an equivocal person, though rarely. Then the next word is epitome. Its pronunciation is rather difficult because its spelling is Epitome, as you can see here. And most of the people, if they don't know already, they will pronounce it epitome, which will be incorrect thing to do. It's epitome. And epitome means a fine example of something. For example, you could say Mahatma Gandhi was an epitome of truth, as if truth has got embodied in him. Similarly, Shastriji was an epitome of, simplicity, humility. Somebody which you think is so proud of his knowledge, you may say that he thinks he is an epitome of all knowledge in the world. Can we say that India is an epitome of democracy? Perhaps we can. Can we say that China is an epitome of industriousness? Yes, you can say that. And you may regard Hitler to be an epitome of evil. Most certainly. Okay. And your spouse, you may think your spouse is an epitome of sophistication. And your spouse in turn may think you are an epitome of laziness. Or vice versa. Who knows? Okay. British monarchy may be considered as an epitome of tradition. So epitome is a fine example of something. The epitome of, never an epitome of. Okay? And never call it epitome. Then you have ephemeral. Ephemeral is something lasting for a very short time. Short-lived thing. In ephemeral, there is HEMAR that in earlier times meant a day. So originally it was for, something lasting for a day, a fever or something. Many insects have a life of one day. But afterwards it was generalized and now it means anything lasting for a very short time. Depends what you consider a short term. For example, if a chief minister resigns within a month, a couple of months, you would say that his reign or his term was ephemeral. Fame, is ephemeral. Wealth may also be ephemeral. The dewdrops on the flower in the morning, they are ephemeral because they disappear very soon as the sun comes out. Ephemeral pleasures, physical pleasures, they are ephemeral. Fashion is by its very nature ephemeral. So, we come to the last but one, ninth word, embroil. Embroil is, you use the word when you are in a situation which is bad or unpleasant. For example, you are embroiled in a dispute, embroiled in a fight, you may be embroiled in an argument with your neighbor, or you may be embroiled in a conflict with your boss, and you'll always say that somebody got you embroiled. You don't go and embroil yourself. Okay? There is always this sense, I got embroiled, somebody embroiled me, something like this. A difficult situation. And its most common example is somebody may be embroiled in a scandal. That is the most common. And generally in passive always. Embroiled, not embroiled. Passive. You may be, or somebody else may be embroiled in a scandal. And with that, we come to the last word, which is empathy. Empathy. Empathy is similar to sympathy, but one step more intense. Sympathy means you feel sorrow or pity for someone who is suffering from something. Empathy means you put yourself into his or her shoes and you feel the same pain. At least imagine. And it will happen if you are very kind-hearted or very close to them. Then you will empathize, not sympathize. So empathy is feeling one with them, somebody who is in trouble. That is empathize. So with that we come to the end of today's lesson. So I will just read it out, the 10, along with their collocations. Actually, the meaning of a word, it can never be understood in isolation. Because if you say that this word means this, you give another word, then there was hardly any reason to have two words for the same thing. So two words will always have some difference, some shared difference. There will always be a shared difference between these any two words. And therefore, when you try to learn a word, you always look for a calculation. What does it come up with? What is its most consistent partner? Only then you can you can use it correctly. So, evasive. An evasive answer exhorts somebody to do something, in a better way. An expedient solution, practical and quick, but maybe not morally right. Then an errant child or an errant missile. Then an equivocal reply, which is not very clear. An epitome of truth, ephemeral fame, an elusive answer. I'm sorry, we did not go through elusive. Okay, so this is elusive. Elusive means something which you cannot grasp physically or mentally. So a solution to a math problem would be elusive. There might be a solution to your problem in the office which might be eluding you for the time being, and you can say that it's elusive. If you cannot catch your pet easily when it's running around and giving you a hard time, you say your pet is being elusive. So elusive, anything that you cannot grasp physically or mentally, that is elusive. Then you have embroiled in a dispute, and finally empathize with somebody, have empathy for somebody. Okay friends, so that will be all for today. And as I told you earlier, I'm thinking of increasing a number of words. Just let me know, if you don't mind. Just let me know if the difficulty level of the word is too much, is it too high, or is it okay, or is it too low? Any of the three, I would like to know. Hello friends. So this is our fourth day, and today we are going to take 10 words starting from D, and today we'll just discuss no whiteboard. So our first word is debilitate. I will first show you the 10 words I'm going to take so that you'll have some idea. It's here. So the first word is debilitate, then we have decimate, then decrepit, decry, deterrent, digress, drastic, dubious, dogmatic, and doleful. So we start with debilitate. Debilite. T-A-T-E. Debilite. Debilitate. Debilitate means something which weakens you, like a disease. Particularly, it is used in conjunction with disease. Debilitating disease means a disease which progressively makes you weaker and weaker, and you are able to carry out your normal activities. Like you must have heard Alzheimer's, that is a debilitating disease. You forget things, you forget people, and ultimately you forget, how to do very normal things in your life. Very difficult and very debilitating type. Similarly, we have a pulmonary disease, chronic pulmonary disease, that is also debilitating. To a certain extent, diabetes is also debilitating, as you are well aware. And if somebody is in a very severe, if somebody is a severe case of asthma, then you can say he is debilitatingly asthmatic. So this is our disease. But debilitate can be used for other things also. For example, if some nation is, you know, like uh, some nation, if if some nation is having political instability, in that case, its economy will be affected badly. So the political instability could be considered as debilitating for the economy. Similarly, if you are extremely shy, then your shyness would also be debilitating because it will prevent you from going out and meeting people, which you would otherwise you will very much like to do. But your shyness prevents you. So your shyness will be debilitating for you. The verb, as you know, is debilitate, and debility is the noun, the condition. So that is debilitate or debilitating. Then you have another word, decimate. Decimate. Decimate means to kill in large numbers or destroy in a very substantive way. Something is destroyed substantially. So that is decimation. So in the olden times, a disease like plague, when it struck an area, scores of villages would get decimated. That means a large percentage of the villagers will die. So that was decimation. And not only killing, though mostly killing, but it can be used otherwise also. For example, the 1929 recession, the Great Recession, as you must know, it decimated several nations' manufacturing industry because there was no demand and the factories started getting shut down. So, several in nation's manufacturing industry got decimated. So, in short, any large scale destruction is called decimation, but in general, it is used for the case when people get killed, people get decimated. Then we have decrepit, decrepit, CREPIT. Decrepit means generally used for old buildings, which are which have fallen into disrepair or disuse. Nobody is taking care of the buildings. In that case, when you look at those buildings, you have a feeling that it might come down anytime. It might collapse. Then that building will be called decrepit. There is another word also for this thing, dilapidated. A dilapidated building and a decrepit building, they are more or less same thing. And it's not necessary that every old building will be decrepit. For example, Taj is 400 years old and is still, far from being decrepit because it's being taken care of. Uh, Apart from buildings, you could also use decrepit for um describing old people who are not being taken care of, not having good nutrition, not having good medical facilities, very weak, very feeble, and you have a feeling that they will not going to live long. Then you could describe those people as decrepit. So in both senses, in building, in describing the buildings and describing the old people, in both cases, the factor of neglect is involved. Something very old and something being neglected. That is decrepit. Then we have decry. DECRY. Decry is when when you say publicly that something is not correct in your opinion and you oppose it. It's generally used for, when a group decries something. For example, the opposition will decry a government's policy, and you may decry the scientific expedition of your country as a waste of money. You might hold this opinion. You are entitled to your opinion. When you decry, you are telling them that you don't agree with this policy. That is decry. You may remember it as coming from cry out. Decry. So you can remember it from cry out. And that's all about decry. Not much used, but you must remember that it's better for to associate this word with a group, not individuals, right? Then we have deterrent, DETERRENT. It's a fairly common word. You must have heard of it. There is nuclear deterrent. For example, if two countries if they both have nuclear weapons, then anybody dropping an atomic bomb on the other, the chances of that are very poor, very unlikely, because there is a nuclear deterrent. So country A cannot drop a bomb on country B because they know that country B also possesses a nuclear bomb. So that is a nuclear deterrent. Anything which stops you from doing something wrong is a deterrent. For example, you will not cross a red light because you know that the fine is now 2000, and if the traffic police catches you, you will have to cough up 2000 rupees. So it's a pretty big deterrent for you. So you will patiently wait. You may wait otherwise also because you have got a good civic sense. But several people will wait simply because there is a deterrent. And that is the reason the amount has been increased recently, because the earlier fine of 100 rupees, it felt to be a deterrent for most of the commuters. So a deterrence is something that stops you from doing something wrong because you are afraid of the consequences. Deterrent. Nuclear deterrent, that is very common. Then you have digress. Digress means to deviate from the agenda or to deviate from the topic. So suppose you have called somebody for a speech or for a talk, and that gentleman or lady, while going through their speech, they suddenly remember something interesting, that is apart from the topic chosen. Then they start talking about that, and that is a digression. So they are digressing, and after completing that thing, they will say, "Oh, I digress." So we come back to the main point. So these digressions may be irritating for you, or sometimes because they are interesting, you may even like it. Uh, for example, if you are a student and the professor is explaining something complicated and you are not getting much of it, and then the professor suddenly remembers something and then deviates and he starts talking about that thing, you may even welcome it because you are not getting anything on the lesson anyway. So this digression may be a godsend for you. So digress means stray away from the topic, deviating from the topic. Okay. Then we have drastic. Drastic means something very extreme. Drastic measures means extreme measures. For example, if you have been suddenly diagnosed with diabetes, then you will have to make drastic changes to your lifestyle. So you may have to give up sugar, and you may have to give up, in general, uh, carbohydrates and all those things. Very difficult thing. So those are drastic measures. Similarly, if you want to, uh, the world over, people are trying to uh, control the pollution. That also calls for drastic measures. So drastic is anything uh, to the extreme degree, not normal changes. Drastic changes, big changes. Then we have dubious. Dubious. Dubious means doubtful, rather dishonest. If somebody is a dubious character, means you doubt that they are honest. Similarly, I mean, you have doubts about their honesty. A dubious plan is something which fails to convince you, and you think that uh, it may not succeed after all. That is a dubious plan, dubious character. Similarly, a dubious claim. Somebody is making a claim, uh, like they say that they can invest your money with 50% return, then that will be a dubious claim. Very much doubtful. Dubious is a good word. I mean, in several cases, when you are undecided, so it's better to say dubious when you also want to put, the element of dishonesty. Otherwise, plain doubtful is fine. But when you are also mixing the idea of dishonesty, then it will be dubious. Okay? Something may be of dubious legality, means it may not be wholly legal. It might be illegal. Okay. Then you have dogmatic. Dogmatic means you have certain idea about something, you have your opinion, and you believe that that is a fact. I mean, when you start thinking that what you believe is actually a fact, then you are dogmatic because you are. I mean, you are not open to the possibility that you might be wrong. If somebody starts saying something against your opinion, which in this case will actually be a dogma, dogme, dogma. So, if somebody is saying something against your opinion, then you will not, I mean, you will not be willing to even listen to him or listen to her. So, you are dogmatic. And naturally, it's not a good thing to be dogmatic about anything. You should always, be open to the possibility that you might be wrong at all. And if you find really somebody is really dogmatic, then you must stop arguing with him. I mean, with all your convincing arguments and everything, even if you produce facts, that fellow will be unlikely to be moved. That is why they will be called dogmatic. So when you meet dogmatic people, stop arguing with them. And you yourself, you should not be dogmatic. Then you have doleful. Doleful means sad. A doleful expression. That is the most common use of doleful. Somebody with a doleful expression means sadness is written all over their face. Similarly, it could be a doleful song. For example, if you have seen Madhumati, then the song टूटे हुए ख्वाबों ने हमको ये सिखाया है. That is a very doleful song. If you watch that song, I mean, you are never going to forget what doleful means. You look at Dilip Kumar's face, and you listen to the song, and this doleful word, it will be imprinted on your mind. So finally, we have this list along with the collocations. If you can have a look at it. And I will read it out for you. A debilitating disease to decimate an entire population, a decrepit old building, opposition decrying a particular government policy, a nuclear deterrent, to digress from the main topic, drastic measures to control pollution, earn money through dubious means, a dogmatic politician, and a doleful expression. So that will be all for today. Thanks guys. Thanks so much. Hello friends. So this is our third day, and today we start with a word candid. Candid means truthful. You say as it is. You don't apply any adornments, and you don't care whether anybody's feelings get hurt. Very close to blunt. Truthful and sincere. The difference between blunt and candid is that you can be candid about yourself also. Blunt is generally used when you want to be, you don't want to uh, care about the feelings of others. You can say something very unpleasant about somebody, but when you you are going to say something unpleasant about yourself, you will say that you are being candid. Natural. A candid interview means where you answer the questions very truthfully and very sincerely and without adjusting it to cater to somebody's feelings. Then it's a candid interview. Similarly, a candid photograph, when you take a snap of somebody without telling him that you are doing it, then it will reflect his natural pose. You are not asking him to pose, you are not asking her to pose. In that case, this will be a candid photograph. When you pose, the photograph will naturally come, I mean, not very truthful. You'd like to uh, the photograph to express certain characteristics of yours, certain personality of yours, and it will be far from natural. So people nowadays generally they prefer candid photograph. Then in other things, for example, a candid confession from a politician or by a politician, which will be a rare thing. But if it's candid means you can be sure that it's truthful. It is giving you the true picture of the things. Similarly, if we say, suppose there is a plan in your mind and you are discussing it with your peers, and you are very much afraid that if they reject it, your career will go down badly. In that case, you cannot afford to be very candid. The other words that are used with candid is somebody may be brutally candid. Means very harsh. For example, your coach may be brutally candid with you. So the conclusion is with. Your coach may be brutally candid when he is telling you the silly mistakes that you have made in a match. So the conclusion is with candid with somebody and about something. So in a candid interview, there will be no rehearsals because if you have actually gone through rehearsals, it cannot be candid. A candid interview without rehearsals. So I think that will be enough for candid thing. And next we have articulate. Oh goodness, this pen. Capitulate means simply surrender. And generally after a long resistance. So in the in the olden times when the armies are at war with each other, and suppose one has surrounded another in a fort, then the other party will capitulate when the supplies run out. So if the supplies run out, capitulation will follow. Similarly, if your son is asking for a bike and you think it's not safe enough, you may resist. But after some time, of course, you will have to capitulate and buy him the thing. However, if you are very stubborn, then you are unlikely to capitulate. Basically, cease to resist or stop resisting. That is capitulation. Now, our next word is catharsis. Catharsis means cleansing. In the older times, it was used for cleansing of the bowels. But nowadays, it's used for cleansing of emotions. I mean, if you are in grief or something, and if you watch a sad movie, you will be kind of re experiencing the thing, and you may empathize with the characters in the movie. That re experiencing may kind of, it can be catharsis, a cathartic experience, in the sense that when the movie is over, you may feel a little light. I mean, it may be more bearable for you. I mean, you can bear the pain a little more easily. That is catharsis. So, catharsis through arts. You can also paint or sing or watch movies like we just discussed. These all could be sources of catharsis. Far from the cleansing of the bowels, it is the cleansing of your emotions. A sense of emotional release. a rather difficult word, and you'll have to carefully don't forget. Then you have caustic. You must have heard of caustic soda used for cleaning things. So caustic means something that burns. The clean, the cleaning comes about because of a chemical reaction. You know that caustic soda. But figuratively, it can also be used for anything biting, which gives you a very uncomfortable feeling. For example, a caustic remark. Similarly, a caustic assessment of your work. That means very critical, very biting, and rather hurtful to you. That is a caustic assessment. Similarly, a caustic remark. And here also, the coach may be caustic in pointing out your faults. So, a caustic remark may be bitter, maybe even cruel. This is the most common use of caustic, a caustic remark. There may also be somebody with a caustic wit. So they will be joking, they will be being humorous, but actually their words will bite you. I mean, it's veiled, not very obvious, but you can sense it that it's rather insulting or disparaging or generally painful to you. That will be, I mean, that fellow will be considered to be with a caustic wit charm. Then you have chagrin. Chagrin is generally used in this type of expression. To my great chagrin. That means here the chagrin means a feeling of annoyance, and disappointment. Suppose suppose you are involved in a teamwork and you have contributed very significantly to the success of the project, and when it comes to rewarding for the project, you are left out. So in that case, you could say, and when you are describing your state of mind, to somebody, say to your friend, you would say, to my great chagrin, I was left out. So this is the standard format in which it is used, or to his great chagrin, or to his chagrin simply. You may feel also vexed. I mean, wondering how did this come about after all. Then you have charlatan. Charlatan simply means quack. That is, a person with a person who claims to be an expert, mostly generally in a medical field, but who has got no qualification as such. So dishonest person. So anyone who tells you that they can stop your hair fall, they must be a sultan. So internet is full of sultans. And sultan not only in medical field, they could be in other fields also. I mean basically anybody who is dishonest and who is making tall claims and who is unlikely to fulfill them. For example, if somebody tells you that, proposes to you that you invest in his schemes and he will get you a 50% return in 1 year, you should be very, very careful because he is likely to be a fraud. Another name for charlatan. Then you have chastise. Chastise means you tell somebody that they have done something wrong. Scold, rebuke. So chastise is a little milder than scolding. Chastise will generally be, I mean, formal occasions. For example, your principal may chastise you. Then you have the next word, covert. Covert means hidden or secretive. It's opposite of overt. And you will find combinations like covert operations, military operations generally, or diplomatic operations, not open. There may be a covert agent, spy. Similarly, There could be cohort investigations so that only a few people are aware of that thing. And you may also throw a covert glance towards somebody. And generally it will be prefaced with to steal a covert glance. Then you have cerebral. Cerebral means relating to brain or intellectual thing, as opposed to emotional. We may describe somebody as a cerebral type if he is emotionless or if they are emotionless, and generally they go by facts, hard facts, and reasoning. Means basically they use their brains, not their heart. Then there will be a cerebral type. Similarly, a movie could be cerebral, a cerebral movie, means which provokes you to think about many things, nothing emotional. And as far as its physical brain is concerned, there could be cerebral hemorrhage when there is bleeding inside your brain. Single M. There should be no A here. Do it out. Okay. And lastly, we have climactic. Climactic is related to climax. So, in in a detective novel or in a detective film, the most intense part is when you come to know who the murderer is, for example. That is the climactic scene. Let's see. That is the most intense and important part. Generally near the end. That is climactic, nothing to do with climate. So that will be the last of the words. So we can just recapitulate which means to summarize, nothing to do with capitulation, which we have just read. So we start with capitulate to somebody's demands. Surrender. Uh, Cathartic experience, that is catharsis. Then you have your candid opinion. Means truthful, unbiased, without any adornments. Then you have a caustic remark, something biting, something sarcastic, which leaves you very angry. Then you have chagrin, to my great chagrin, something bad happened. Means you are cheated out of something. Something unexpectedly, to my great chagrin. Then you have charlatan, no O here. Charlatan means fake. In a medical field, it will be a quack. Then you have cerebral, cerebral movie, or somebody a cerebral type. Then you have climactic, relating to climax. Climactic, most intense part. Then you have covert operations. One more, which is chastise somebody. Chastise somebody for something wrong that they must have done. So these are the 10 words. Okay, friends. One thing I wanted to tell you is that you can take up a dictionary or you can take up a list in a book somewhere and you can read it, in 20 minutes you can read 40 words. That is possible. But the thing is, uh, unless you give some time to think about these words, while I'm telling you, these collocations, etc., uh, I'm taking about 2 or 3 minutes per word, so that you have time enough, your brain has time enough to get this thing. You know, you must soak in these words. Unless you spend some time with these words, they are likely to leave you very soon. and it might be frustrating. So you have to be a little patient. 10 words per day and 20 or 30 minutes is not a bad thing in my opinion. And when you have learned them, you could consult the dictionaries also. For example, some word especially appeals to you. For example, shuttering. You can look it up in the dictionary in your mobile. Get yourself interested in these words. Make them your own, as they say. Only then you can retain them. And particularly for the examinations, for the unseen passages, comprehension. In my opinion, the only thing which stops you from reading very fast is that you are not familiar with the words. You will find many words. I mean, if you are reading a newspaper or if you are reading a novel and you come across a word which you are unaware of, you can generally guess the meaning. But if it stops you, it's not easy, and your guess may be incorrect also. Uh, so, if you have a good vocabulary at your command in those papers, and mostly nowadays the examinations, whether it is CLAT or anything else, there are a lot many. I mean, you have got a lot to read, and you should read it very fast. You have to read it very fast. For that, you must have a good vocabulary, and you must be patient with learning these words. Okay then. So we'll meet tomorrow again with 10 new words. Thanks so much. Good evening, friends. So today is our second lesson, and like yesterday, we are again going to take up 10 words today, and they will all be starting with B. Uh, I would again like to say that vocabulary happens to be the most important part of learning the language. As you get proficient in knowing the words, it will encourage you to read a lot. And when you are reading, say, newspapers or novels, or you are watching a movie with subtitles, if you know the words, uh, you know, you will pick up the grammar points on the way. And if you don't know the words, if your vocabulary is poor, then you will be highly discouraged. So before you or we uh, get on to the grammar thing, uh, it's my suggestion that we acquire a good, you know, treasury of words, and after that we can take up grammar. And in the meanwhile, you just have to be patient. Okay. So the first word, and you might have noticed in the thumbnail, is bonanza. Bonanza. Bonanza means a sudden opportunity. A sudden opportunity to earn the money. That is the basic meaning. And figuratively, it might mean any good thing. Something comes up and you are benefited in some way in a substantial manner. The the tilting point is it should be substantial. Only then it will be called bonanza. If you have not benefited greatly, it will not be bonanza. I mean, there will be other words, but bonanza will not fit there. For example, the increase of internet, increased coverage of internet in India, it has proved to be a bonanza for the e-commerce companies. And you can easily guess why it is so. Because people are now increasingly going for online purchases. And if there had been there had not been this increase of internet, then it would not have been possible. Therefore, the increased coverage of internet in India has been proved to be a bonanza for the e-commerce companies. Similarly, suppose you set up a factory and you are not making much money, you are running into losses, and suppose you try to diversify and you start producing something new, a new product is introduced, and that product goes on to bring you great profits, and your company from red it comes into green. In that sense, we can say that the new product was a bonanza for you. Similarly, COVID-19 period was also uh, it also proved to be bonanza for the e-commerce companies, uh, even though it was a tragic period. But because people were locked in, I mean, and they had to resort to this uh, online purchases, so that also increased their revenues to a great extent, and so it was a bonanza for them. Yes, that thing I think that should be clear. And then the second word that we have is blasphemy. Blasphemy means something that somebody expresses, something irreverent or disrespectful to God or anything held sacred. And the statements, such as the statement will be called a blasphemous sentence, blasphemous statement. You might have heard these words for so many times. I mean, in recent times, it has occurred because people take offense, and one has to be careful. Even remotely, you should not be. You should not say anything disrespectful towards, which might be construed as disrespectful to God or any religion or anything held sacred. Apart from this, you can also say that suppose you are living in USA and you are a Democrat, you are a supporter of the Democratic Party, you are a Democrat, and you start praising a Republican leader in the meeting, then how are your fellow, I mean Democrats, how are they going to react? Of course, they will say that this is blasphemous. I mean, jokingly. Okay. Similarly, suppose Virat Kohli goes into a bad form and somebody hints that he should retire now. That will be considered blasphemous, at least by the Virat supporters. anything that is, you may also say, contemptuous to God, or any profane speech. Profane is the same, I mean, has the same, almost same meaning. Profane speech, that will be blasphemy speech. So that is blasphemy. Then you have the third word, bland. Bland means nothing very exciting, insipid. Your food may be bland. Bland food. Khichdi, for example, but some people consider it a delicacy. A newborn kid, suppose a 6 months kid, 6 months old kid, when you give him solid food, it should be bland. Nothing very spicy, very simple food. A comment may be, suppose something is being discussed, and you make a comment which is, I mean, which has nothing incisive about it, just a commonplace statement, then that will be called a bland comment. And while this food may not have always a negative connotation, bland comment will also always have a negative. Somebody's smile may be bland, in which case you can consider it not a bad thing. Bland smile. And a bland personality could also be taken in a positive way as a non-irritating personality. But the most important uh, collocation for bland is food, bland food, insipid food, uninteresting food, tasteless food. Then we have blatant. Blatant means something very obvious and something undesirable. For example, a blatant lie. A blatant lie is something where the liar, I mean the fellow who speaks that lie, who tells you that lie, does not try to conceal, that he is actually telling a lie. That means he doesn't care, they don't care. or they are prepared for the consequences. They have this confidence that they can deal with the consequences. Come on. What will be a blatant insubordination? Insubordination means defiance. You don't listen to your boss, or you don't show enough respect, then that is insubordination. And if somebody is displaying a blatant insubordination, means he has already or they have already made up their mind to leave the company, maybe, or they know that their super boss is with them. So they are prepared for the consequences. And then in that case, they can afford to, show blatant insubordination. They are not trying even to conceal that they are being insulted. Okay. So that is blatant adjective, of course. Then you have beguile. And I think this is the most difficult word of today's list. Beguile means to deceive somebody. To deceive somebody or to trick somebody into doing something. For example, your broker may beguile you or you may be beguiled by your broker may be beguiled by your broker into investing in his friend's home or in his relative's home. Means they are using their charm and guile to deceive you. From there it comes the word beguile. Always beguiled into doing something, or you will be beguiled of your money, beguiled out of your money. But beguile somebody into doing something. That is the most common use of beguile. Then you have bastion. Bastion basically means a fort of olden times or a stronghold where you are safe, which cannot be attacked. And that is its plain meaning. However, bastion is generally used for anything that represents something which holds a belief safe. For example, in India, in army, females were not being given, combative postings. So you could say that was the bastion or a bastion of male superiority. And that was another stupid thing. Not a stupid, um, a very bad thing. And it's good that this bastion now stands fallen because that thing has been, you know, that thing is gone, and now ladies are being given somebody posting also. So you could say that was the bastion of male superiority. For this male superiority, there is a word chauvinism, male chauvinism. Okay, so with this, I think the question thing is done. Fourth, something. Okay, similarly, a safe seat for a political party will be a called a bastion for that party, of that party. Okay. Then the next word is blunt. Blunt is rather a simple word. A blunt reply. If you say something bluntly, means you don't stop to care whether it's going to hurt somebody or somebody is going to feel bad about it, or it might have undesirable consequences for you. Suppose you don't care. In that case, you are replying bluntly. A blunt no, for example. Somebody is asking you to do something and you give them a blunt no. Not caring for the consequences, in short. So, if you are saying bluntly, saying something bluntly, it will sound rather sharp. But the blunt has another meaning where it does not indicate sharpness, rather the opposite. For example, a blunt knife. A blunt knife is something which is worn from use and you will have to get it sharpened before you use it again. Similarly, as you might have seen in the detective serials or books, the police says this fellow has been hit by a blunt instrument, something which does not have sharp edges like a hammer. Okay. So there are these two uses of blunt. Done. Next is belligerent. There is no A in belligerent. No A here. And belligerent means somebody who is rather too ready to fight. Or too eager to fight. Some people are by their nature. And you might be in a belligerent mood, even though you are not belligerent as such. You might be in a belligerent mood. For example, in football matches, suppose you are attending the match, you're in the stadium, and you get to talk to somebody whose team has just tasted defeat. So you had better not talk to him because he might be in a belligerent mood. And when there is a war, the countries are said to be belligerent nations. Here, it's an adjective. But about nations, when they are at war, this could be also used as nouns, belligerents. That means the countries which are at war. It's a noun there. Belligerent mood. Ready to fight, too eager to fight. Somebody may be of a belligerent nature also. Okay. And who will be a belligerent? I mean, if you go into a belligerent mood, or if you are too ready to fight, that means you think you have got the capacity to inflict some harm on the other party. So very weak persons are unlikely to have or go into a belligerent mode. Then you have Bursa. Berserk means somebody who is extremely angry and then he becomes very violent, destructively violent, I would say. Means he starts throwing things and all. Or saying very filthy things, abuses. Then say he has gone berserk or they have gone berserk. And there is a positive connotation also. If your team wins the World Cup, then you may go on berserk with pleasure, happiness. You may go berserk with happiness. Means you shout and you do all kinds of things. You are not doing filthy things, of course. But when you are happy, you can also be berserk. Berserk is not always negative. Okay. Then you have benign. Benign means harmless, not useful, just harmless. For example, if there is a tumor in somebody's head or body and it's not cancerous, it's not life threatening, then you could say it's a benign tumor. And that is most famous use, benign tumor. And there could also be other figurative meanings, for example, benign humor in rhyme with tumor. In benign humor means somebody is cracking jokes, but not with intention to hurt anybody. When is being careful that when they are being careful that it doesn't hurt anyone, then it's benign humor. Benign humor, benign humor. Similarly, there could be benign neglect. Benign neglect means suppose you have a teenager and you are being too intrusive, always asking where are you going, where were you yesterday, and that kind of things. Suppose you decide not to do that. I mean, you are taking care of their well-being, uh, their health, their nutrition. You ensure that they are sleeping well. Beyond that, you don't disturb them too much as a policy, which will not be such a bad thing, I think. Then you are following the policy of benign neglect, harmless neglect. Nothing bad is going to happen because of this policy. Okay. And there is benign disease also, like benign tumor. So a disease will never be a good thing, but it's not life threatening, it's not very serious. Then you can say, like a tumor, you can say it's a benign disease. So with that we come to the end of our 10 words, and let's recapitulate. Bonanza, then you have blasphemy, then you have blatant, a blatant lie, for example. Then you have belligerent, nations, for example. Then you have bastion, the last bastion of Indian males, shall we say. Then you have cleanser, blasphemy, blatant, belligerent, berserk. If you are very angry, then you may go berserk. Then you have benign tumor. Then a G, silent. Blindfold. Two more. Benign. You guide somebody into doing something. One more. What is that? Latent cover. Latent cover. Yes. Western blood. Blood is there. A blunt reply, of course. Or a blunt knife. Okay, guys. So with that, we come to the end of today's lesson. So tomorrow we'll meet again. When we'll have 10 words starting with C. Let's be patient. Thanks. Hello guys, I welcome you to my channel One English, in which we are going to learn about the English language in a comprehensive way. Um, as you may realize, the most important thing about learning English is to have a good vocabulary, at least a working vocabulary. And while you learn the words uh, from the dictionary or any of the apps from this channel itself, you will come to acquire the knowledge of uh, many grammatical points. So it's not possible for you to learn the words and know nothing about the grammar. They will always be complementary. And today we will be learning 10 words, and hopefully we can do it for, say, the next 1 month without break, so that at the end of it we will have about 300 words, and which will be quite a good, uh, I think, quite a good number to start with. And while we are doing this, I will also be uploading some videos on grammar, starting with tenses, etc. And what we have to keep in mind while uh, following this channel is that you must avoid you must avoid translating these words into your native tongue. I mean, if you do that, you will never be fluent in English. And if you rely on translation, then your vocabulary will also be very limited. So, from both these points, it's very important that you try not to think about your mother tongue, the words, equivalent words in mother tongue, because that will be rather counterproductive. Okay, so here we start. The first word is abandon. Today, I will take up the 10 words which always start with A. Tomorrow it will be, and so on. After we are done with all 26, then we will repeat it again. So the first word is abandon, and abandon means to leave somewhere with no intention to return. Actually, one of the meanings. There are several sets of meaning of this word, and one is that you leave somebody or something with no intention to return. For example, abandon ship. That is the most common example you would find in the dictionaries and otherwise also. Abandon ship. If your ship is sinking and no help is in sight, you will get your lifeboats and leave the ship. So abandon ship is one of the examples. Similarly, a game may be abandoned because of friends. Or any other reason. Friends, or maybe the crowd has gone, wild and they are not allowing you to play. Any of this will. The game may have to be abandoned. Similarly, one may, as you find in the Hindi movies, one may abandon their newborn kid. Where? At the steps of a temple. And then they would go and hide behind a tree and watch until someone comes and picks up the baby. And you very well know that this is not the end of the story. They will meet together. They will meet again at the end of the movie, and it will be happy ending. These are the meanings where there is some sense of something which should not have happened. For example, a game should not have been abandoned. You may not have been forced to abandon your ship. And similarly, the last one, in very dire circumstances only, one would think to abandon their kid at the stage of death. But in another shade of meaning, abandon, for example, if you are dancing with abandon, then it has a positive sense here. You are so happy that you are letting go of all your inhibitions, all your restraints, and you are dancing with wild abandon. Sometimes it says wild abandon. Then it has a positive meaning here. So, I think with this we are done with abandon, and we can move to the next word, which is abject. Not object, abject. And this means to extreme degree, something bad, extremely bad. For example, abject poverty. Somebody might be living in abject poverty when they have not enough money to fulfill even their basic necessities like food, and clothes, etc., medicines, etc. Then we have abject surrender. For example, when your team, you know, uh, in in answer to the total of 356 gets out for just 123. So when your team gets out for 126 in answer to 356, what do you think the next day's newspaper's headlines will be? Abject surrender by Indian players. Here abject means pathetic in a very negative sense. Abject surrender, complete surrender. And I mean something which for which the players are to be blamed. It has got that shade. In the year 2011, when we got whitewashed by England in the Test series, it was Gavaskar who said that it was an abject surrender. I read an article in Hindu where Sanjay Manjrekar and Babunath Karnai, Kapil Dev, and Dilip Sarkar and Gavaskar. They all criticized the players for their lackluster performance. And who do you think used this word abject surrender? It was Gavaskar, of course. Why, of course? You know that. Then we have abject apology. Abject apology means too submissive and apology. If you have done something wrong and you are apologizing, that's not such a bad thing. But it depends your tone, your choice of words. An abject apology means you are writing a very submissive and very degrading kind of apology. So that has got a very negative tone. Then you have abject apology, surrender. Grief. Yes, abject grief. When somebody loses their near India once in an accident or forward, then the grief may be described as abject. So with this we are done with abject and we move to next word which is alleviate. Alleviate means to lessen the intensity of pain or intensity of anything painful. For example, there might be drugs to alleviate your headache, and there might be measures from the government to alleviate poverty. And maybe to alleviate unemployment. So alleviate is rather a simple word, and there are not too many sets of this word. So we can move to the next word, which is ambience. ambience is with E here, but it can also be A. That is the alternative spelling, but this is generally preferred with E. Ambience means atmosphere of a place, atmosphere and mood, you could say. For example, when you go to a wedding, it's a kind of festive ambience. And when you go to a five-star hotel, it will be a luxurious ambience. Or when you go to the Taj, for example, in Agra, it will have what kind of ambience? Mm, should be romantic ambience, but predominantly it's an aesthetic ambience because of the beauty of Taj. And if you have a luxurious ambience in a five-star hotel, you will also have, I mean, someone may appreciate the ambience of a roadside dhaba. You know, the chapais and the tube lights, colored tube lights, and aroma of the food being cooked in front of you, and most of all, loud music. They all contribute to, you know, an ambience which may be quite likable. Many people like it. They keep looking for a chance to eat at a dhaba because of this ambience and food, of course, also for the food. So that's what will be ambivalent. Is it fourth or fifth? MB, you must, you may already know. MB means both, and valent means strength. In chemistry, you have valency. How many atoms would a particular atom be combined? That is its valency. So ambivalent means strength on both sides. There is an issue, or there is a subject, or there is some matter, and you cannot decide which side you are on. You have a strong preference for both the sides. Then you are ambivalent. For example, one may be ambivalent about marriage, or you may have you may be ambivalent about joining the armed forces because you are a pacifist. You don't believe in violence, even if it's for your country. So you are a pacifist, and you may have ambivalence about joining the army. Similarly, couple in the early years of marriage, in the early years of their marriage, may be ambivalent about having a kid. Okay, guys. So next word is ambivalent. Ambivalent basically means in two minds. Or undecided. Basically, if there is an issue and you have views on both sides of it, you are unable to decide which side you are on, then you are ambivalent. For example, one may be ambivalent about studying abroad. OAD. Or one may be ambivalent about any issue, marriage, or a couple may be ambivalent about having a kid. So ambivalence is the noun, and generally it is used. This MB thing, it means both. And valence is strong or strength, to be strong. So when we have when you have views on both sides of an issue, then you are ambivalent about it. Government policy may be ambivalent. In the sense that the government does not want to antagonize any of the two groups affected by the policy, and therefore they may keep the policy deliberately ambivalent. Okay. So next is we have taken up object and abandon, alleviate, and then ambivalent, and now we have adroit. Adroit means skillful, physically and mentally both. So you may play a shot adroitly, or one can be an adroit leader. Something which hints at craft or even cunningness. Craft. In the case of a cricket shot, it will be a craft. A leader may be adroit. Cunningness may be involved. Basically, you do something very skillfully with some expertise, that is doing things adroitly. And then you have absorb. Absorb means to declare that somebody is free of guilt. It's a formal word. A court may absolve you of all charges priest may absolve you from all your sins. So, yeah, no, sorry. Absolve you may be followed by of or from. Any of these two. Very formal word. Informally, you can say forgive. Not forgive. You declare somebody innocent. Absolve you of all churches. Absolve from all sins. You say that you have not done it, basically. That is absolving, not forgive. The priest doing this, it has got a word. When the priest absolve you, it's called absolution. And the next we have you done alleviate? Yes. Ambience. Ambience means atmosphere of a place, not the weather kind. Atmosphere or mood, you could say. For example, you go to a particular restaurant repeatedly because you like the things there, the food of course, plus the decor, the lights, the music, or the ambience. It's also written with Ambiance. ENCE and ANC both are common. This is workout. This is preferred. The ambience of a five-star hotel, you could say a five-star ambience. Luxurious ambience. And it's not that something has to be grand to allow you to use this word. Even a roadside dhaba may have its own ambience. Several people like it because of say the decor, the champies, and you know the tube lights attached to the poles, the colored tube lights, and of course the loud music and the hits play all along, and the aroma of the food because it is being cooked right in front of you. They all add up to the ambience of the dhaba, ambience of roadside dhaba. So, ambience is basically atmosphere of mood. For example, if you visit the Taj, what kind of ambience is there? Young couples are there, and it has a romantic ambience. But generally, people find it aesthetic ambience because of the put on the Taj clothes. Then you have appease. Are you recording? Yes. You appease, you grant some concession to somebody or a group in order to pacify them. So if you think that granting a concession could prevent the things from getting worse, it would be called appeasement, and it has got a negative connotation, a negative sense, undesirable kind of thing. In the Second World War, Britain followed the policy of appeasement, appeasement of Hitler, which, as you all know, failed miserably. Appease a group, appease an individual, appease a nation, and appease is a formal word. Formal with a negative connotation. Then you have adjectives. Adjectives means painstaking. And adjectives worker means somebody who works hard and who takes pains to see that the things are done well. It may also be used to describe research, for example, and as it is research. As it is research and as it is worker, as it is efforts, or most as it is service. Taking pains to see that things are done well, basically. And then you have done elevate, absolve, attract, admonish, ambivalent, ambience. Are we done? Okay. So let us recapitulate all the words, 10 words, along with their collocation. It's very important to keep the words in your mind. Always think of the words along with its collocation, most important collocation. For example, when you think of abject poverty. Similarly, abandon ship. Absolve somebody of a wrongdoing or of a crime. Appease a group or appeasement of Hitler. To play a shaft adroitly, expertly. admonish a junior, and ambivalent policy. Ambient, ambience of a dhaba. Assiduous and assiduous research. One more. What is that? One more. What is that? Elevate. So, these are our 10 words today, and we know about their collocations. And remember, unless you remember the words along with collocation, these words are not likely to stick with you. That is more or less certain. Otherwise, in the books there is a long list, and you can read them and you can even memorize them momentarily for the moment, but you are likely to forget them quickly. So you had better keep the words at a reasonable number, say 10 daily, and after 30 days you may have 300 words, and this will not be a bad thing, quite good in fact. And to learn English, whether you want to speak, whether you want to, you know, you're preparing for some exams, uh, vocabulary is the most important thing. The people, when they are not very fluent or when they hesitate or when they are underconfident, it's not because that their grammar is weak, in my opinion. It's because their words will not come to them promptly when they want it. And most of the time, it is their mother tongue. The words in the mother tongue, they will keep, you know, invading their thoughts. So it's better not to think of, for example, admonish, undo. This word admonish, if you think of the equivalent in Hindi, for example, not now. So you may catch the meaning maybe quickly, but as soon as you associate this word with the Hindi word, you have immediately created a block. you had better stick with English itself rather than translating, and always try to remember the words with at least one collocation, basic meaning, like this list. So, okay, guys, that will be all for today. Thanks so much for your presence. Thank you.